Here we do the current day. So all please rise, we'll get started with your flag salute prayer. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God, we thank you for the opportunity to come together and do the business of the county again today. We pray that you guide the commissioners as they make decisions for the county. We ask you to watch over the county employees, and particularly the emergency workers and all their tasks, they might be safe.
Well, good morning, everyone. I've reviewed the minutes from last week and make a motion that we approve them. Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Dave?
We have payment number 12 to River City. If you guys want to approve that, and then it is
I
included
want
in
to talk about some things before we approve that one myself. And
Okay. So to the side. You got anything else?
Okay, so that is included in the claims. Do you want to go ahead and approve the claims or wait?
Yeah, let's do the claims. Is that the claims got this in it?
They're in.
Yeah. All right. Bill, come on up.
Bill Matlock, River City. Progress last week, we completed the installation of the jail cells. Not complete, but they're in place. There'll be trim out work, trusses on top, so forth. But they're in the building, so that was a good milestone we hit. Structural steel is coming to a close. We're decking this week. We're looking at the roofer started next week. Hopefully later this week, but interior framing will start on some of the metal stud walls in your low roof area. We'll continue with all the mechanical inside in the low roof areas. The exterior, the mason will continue with masonry. We've got the west elevation and the south brick pretty well complete. They're washing it down now, trying to get ready for EFS to start before cold weather. He'll continue around the north and with non-load bearing petitions. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
So I got a call from Hal Agers.
From who?
A person that lives in the area.
Oh, okay.
It's a retired steel worker. I think he stopped by and talked to you on Friday.
Yep.
I called Larry Goldberg. I told you that I'm calling Larry and talked to Larry about the two issues. One was the concrete.
And
I know. Hold on.
What the concrete issue is.
One was the concrete. And one was the some of the bolts. He felt that we weren't going in the proper order. And then Warren Mooney called me back and said that inspector that was out there that day was a third-party inspector. He's going to send the reports to the commission on the third-party inspector, the results of that.
Right.
And he's also got some emails and some other things on the concrete. We want those for our records in case there is ever any issues with the structure later on. I wanted to get it in the minutes.
That's fine.
And I know you weren't here during the concrete part of it. Can you tell us anything about his concerns about the bolts and?
To me, it can be a legitimate concern, but it was a little premature in my opinion.
Okay.
We're going to let the third parties respond. We're going to respond through the proper channels. You'll get your answer through the architect, which will include the structural engineer's response and the third parties. So I don't want to say something that's going to, I'm not a structural engineer, and I'm not going to say something that's out of line. But, the bolt we feel we're sufficient to hold it in place for what the work was going on at the time. Okay. So the bolts are in now. It was a concern. I knew it was going to be a concern. It was going to go straight to you guys. Rather than make it a big issue, I made sure they put them in. It's that simple.
Sure.
Do we have a procedure for that that's written in this plan that we're following?
Yeah, they have a standard. On
Was
the
it following the procedure?
You'll get your response through the.
He's not gonna
I'm not.
I actually went out there and I didn't know nothing about it. And I was looking at the jail cells because I heard that they look good and stuff. So I came out here and take a look, and I heard about the issue too. And my take on it is they were putting this. There was no load on top of it or anything like that. They literally were putting the bolts in it to just hold it in place so they continue on and get their spacing right and stuff like that. I don't know why it was such a huge issue personally.
I don't know that it was an issue or not an issue, but it was a concern.
To me,
So I answered the concern by
right.
calling the architect and calling, Warren called me, and I think with the paperwork, we'll see what happens.
I think, to me, what's really at the root of the issue, you have union people out there and non-union people
Right.
out there, and that's when the conflicts.
Okay, that's what, yeah, probably.
I don't,
Some of it, a little bit of that probably.
and I don't know about who came talk to you or what, but I don't think.
I don't know the gentleman's name. He wouldn't tell me who he was.
I don't know how you were treated, never asked him or anything like that, but I just hope that the public's not going in there and just jumping down his throat. because
Yeah,
that's-
well, that's not.
That's what happened, basically. He came in like he owned the place, yelling at me, things
I
like
think
that. I didn't know who he was.
Shit, truthfully, but
He was very upset, and I didn't.
There-
I probably didn't respond the way I would have if he'd come in and reasonably addressed the issue.
Okay.
So we'll get detail on what happened with the concrete.
I'm not sure what the
Yeah,
concrete
yeah.
issue is.
Warren Mooney promised that he would send the information.
What concrete issue are you talking about?
Well, it's out there. There was
Wasn't a walkthrough.
was there a bulge? Is that what it was? A bulge?
The sheriff, in our walkthrough, when the sheriff told us, she said it heaved and they replaced the spot. In the
Yeah.
concrete.
Oh, you're talking about the patch in the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I thought was addressed through the proper channels. Maybe Warren has not. I mean,
But he's got paperwork for it.
yeah, absolutely. I mean,
That's what we want.
right. Was all handled through the architect, approved material before we used it. I mean, we have issues that
Sure.
occur, and when they do, we fix them.
Sure.
And that we did it according to what the architect desired, actually. And we tried to do a situation where that would give you a better product in the end. That's going to now be covered with epoxy, so you won't even see it in that jail cell.
Now, will there be an extended warranty on that area since there was a problem to begin with?
It will be warranted just as as it was originally. I mean, that's really what we owe you, I think, is the warranty. But again, we'll get you the paperwork saying that that's as good or better than the original. So.
Right. No, we're good. I'm good on it. I just wanted to make sure that it's in the minutes.
Right.
And we get the paperwork so we can file it and have it.
We-
Because it may not affect anything ever,
Right.
but it may affect it 3 or 4 years down the road,
Right.
And
Right.
that's
Our
what we're
walkthroughs, like from now on, I mean, we had like 3 weeks notice. I would like one of you guys there for when we have a walkthrough. So if we have questions,
Which walkthrough I was at the walkthrough.
Yeah, he was at the walkthrough.
he wasn't the one leading
the
us through
beginning.
walkthrough. Yeah,
Well, the sheriff was.
sheriff.
We'll get you.
Nothing against you, sheriff, but I'm just saying that, I'd like to see
You're
you
a
guys.
very good narrator, Bob.
I was there for any questions or if the sheriff wanted to show you his building, I'm not going to step in the way of that.
How about-
I will answer any questions that you have.
How about the next couple of weeks? Let's get a date and go walk through again. When's some big changes coming up that we'll be able to see noticeable difference?
Well, I mean, interior wise, you're going to see some petitions going up. Exterior wise, you're going to see the roof going on.
Would the 18th of October work for you
Be fun. Man.
for the next?
That's KAC that we may
How
not,
about the 11th then? 11th of October.
and
That's Columbus.
go ahead.
Yeah, it'd be the 12th. How about the 12th of October?
Okay.
Well, 12. Just put that on your calendar, and anybody that wants to go through can walk through on a tour.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that the concrete issue was a big surprise to anybody. I thought that everybody was made aware of that, but
Only I was made aware of it today in the walkthrough. It's the first time I'd heard about it.
Just paperwork. That's what.
okay.
Yeah.
I think it's unfair to River City though. I think that I don't want it to be us against River City, which is kind of, I don't know if that's the way he feels, but I don't think that it's okay for the public to be going in there and criticizing that bolt work whenever that's not, I mean, they're not the ones dealing with the job. He is. And if, I mean, we have inspectors, we have architects, we have engineers that deal with all that. And the public, that's why we should, I mean, I guess we should have put up a fence or whatever. I don't think that the public should be going into the job trailer and bitching him out.
Well, if they probably would have approached you the right way, you probably would have, it
Yeah,
probably would have been okay for the,
It would have been a little different, but.
yeah, yeah.
Again, I'm not sure, Warren will be more familiar about the paper flow. I don't know if that paper has to come directly from us to you or through the architect. So
Yeah.
I'm assuming it will go through the architect,
Well, I'll stay on track.
but, and if the architects are well aware of it. So if you're not, then we got to figure out
Well,
where.
who's our eyes out here then if we're, when the. in the
River
job
City, they're,
is-
yeah, they are our eyes. They get
I
nothing
understand
additional.
that, but what I'm saying is if the procedure's not followed that day, how do we know?
Well, I don't think there's really a procedure on a job site. It's, you know,
There's going to be a dispute on what the procedure is. I can tell you that what your guy is telling you and what the installers and things, there's going to be an interpretation settled by the structural engineer. Okay.
Okay.
You got to realize, everybody in the field, has their own opinion and not everybody's right. So,
That's why you have a third
that's
party
why you have a
inspector.
third party, and that's why you have a structural engineer. And if they say you're fine, then you're fine. They're standing behind it. If they say you're not, you have to correct it, and you correct it. So that's where we're at. We had a third party that day. He did mention the bolts. He said, before you get your load on the roof, we need to get the bolts in, and we do. So he was well aware of the bolt situation. It wasn't like it was overlooked, okay? That's why I called a third party in. And I was already aware of the bolts. So your guy came in, like I said, a little premature. Had we put a load on the roof or, had that contractor done something that was going to have an adverse effect, then I could see. But I can see where he saw it coming maybe, but he was a little premature in saying that, that they were out of procedure. I'm going to let the structural, like I said, respond to that. So,
Okay. Thank you.
Anything?
no.
Thanks for coming over, Bill.
Uh-huh.
All right, Sheriff.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kevin Friend, Linn County Sheriff. As far as numbers go, our total prisoners are 19. We have 15 of those in-house, 4 of those farmed out. This past week, we had 194 911 calls, 502 calls for service. The last couple of weeks, there's been a couple other line items in there. Started doing some different types of tracking for our bailiff division, which is at the court. So we can kind of see when we go from this court into the new Justice Center, what their activities are and maintain. And I just kind of want to get a baseline of those to start with. And the second line item that we started tracking again because of some kind of some controversy there and stuff as far as what school resource officers do or don't do, their activities for the week. So they now have their own call for service line with a flag that we're able to track all of their activities that they log.
So can you give us some of those activities they may consider when you say 188 activities for SRO?
Right.
That kid contact, communicating with them, or what's that?
No, these are actually calls that they are required to enter into the system as a call for service. So it could be that they were called to, I know I can tell you Friday, call to a disruptive student in the classroom that was having some issues. That's just the last one I dealt with that I can think about. But that's what those types of calls would be. They could be that they got called to monitor a situation where they thought there was going to be a problem, or they responded to their call for service. Could be that they responded to the football game to provide security for that situation. So those would be the types of calls.
And what about the bailiff? What are those calls?
Those are contacts. Every contact that walks in and out of the court.
So like an individual comes to visit,
So,
is that a contact with the bailiff?
well,
in
if
the courts,
if
right?
they're coming into the court and we
Yeah.
have contact with them at the door, we're searching their bag,
Right.
walking them through the metal detector and assuring that they're proper to go into the courtroom. That's a contact.
So in,
So-
and all the jurors, potential jurors that come in, those are all potential.
Jurors, attorneys, anybody,
Okay, I
even
got
the judge,
Yeah.
him or herself. So that number would tell you that this past week, there were 138 persons that walked in the door that they had public contact
courtroom.
with. That's right.
Okay.
Well, no, the door. They could be going to the clerk's office. They could be going to probation.
Okay.
Any of those,
The building.
anybody in that building.
Okay.
So just so you know how to track those numbers.
Okay.
That's pretty much all I have. We had a pretty eventful weekend. There was a lot of activities going on in the county. It was Parker Days, big wedding in Centerville, activities down at the fairgrounds. So it was pretty busy this weekend. But
There's something I think we need to clear up as far as the school resource officers, what we ask for, from the superintendent.
Must have read the paper.
And I've had a few phone calls, and I'd just like to clear up. Did you do that, Gary?
Yeah.
As far as the reason why we went the way we did?
You wrote a letter to the superintendents asking for some funding. Now, when we talked to them earlier, they said that funding, they had the greater flexibility in terms of physical objects, as opposed to personnel and that sort of thing. So in order to make it possible for them to provide some funding, what you did was determine that the amount of funding you'd like to have would be equivalent to a car, the cost of a car for each, per each SRO, each officer. It was never the intent that you're gonna buy each officer a new car. The intent was you're gonna give the sheriff's department the money for vehicles, and he'll assign the cars as he determines reasonable, as he always does. I mean, any cars in the sheriff's department are assigned by the sheriff. And, if he wants to place a new car at one of the schools, he can do that. If he wants to place an older car at one of the schools. What we're asking is funding for vehicles from the schools to help defray the cost of the program. So is that an accurate way of describing it, Sheriff?
well, I think that's accurate as far as what the commission did. Of course, the sheriff of any county in the state of Kansas would not go out and seek funding from any other party except the commission, the board of commissioners. The statute actually would tell us that,
You haven't sought funding there.
right, that's right. Yeah.
But for the last 7 years, we've never, since the program started, or how many years it has been, it's never been reevaluated. We've never,
In the early, I think, at the beginning, they provided some funds that were used towards vehicles. I believe that's correct, is it not?
I was not here.
Yeah, I believe that's accurate.
Yes.
Since then, there hasn't been any real reevaluation or additional funding provided by the schools. The superintendents came in, was it two months ago?
July or something.
Yeah, and it appeared to me, at least, as a listener, that they had high praise for the program, that they wanted to see it continue, that they found that it did good things for the school. And so was the commissioners, as commissioners, you decided that you would like to see some buy-in from them in terms of financial support. This was a way that you determine what that financial support should be. I guess that's what it describes.
coming, they're yearly, this SRO officer's salary a year. I mean, how much time, do you think they spend 80% of the time in the school? I mean, could you I mean, do you have a good calculation on that? Compared to on the street, I guess?
Yeah, actually 80% might be a very fair situation because, for 9 months of the year, they're there. So if we just kind of calculated that, we're in the range of 75. And then, but as far as expenditures go, so a lot of times through the week, if we can cut an SRO out a few hours early, we do because they'll have ball games and stuff. Sometimes on Friday and Saturday, there'll be activities that they attend. But yeah, probably 80%'s a pretty close estimation of where they'd be at as far as school activities.
Questioned me about it as far as the new cars for the resource officers, and that wasn't my intention.
I think that was going to be the perception. Listen, I sat right there in that chair, and it was during the primary, and I was waiting to come into office. So, like you, I came to a lot of the meetings because I was running against myself. I figured I wouldn't get myself beat that way, and so I came to all the meetings. And I remember the discussion was great. I mean, Paul Field, the sheriff at the time, did a great job of selling the fact that, and he ran on a campaign that SROs are important to the program, to the schools. And he was right. I mean, we were going through the shootings. There was a lot of shootings throughout schools all over the nation. And then he brought, and I will say, an attaboy for what he did is he brought the Overland Park Task Force down, and they did a mock school thing at the school where they ran through if there was a shooting, and they did the whole scenario and the blood on the students and all that stuff. And all he had to do was come in Monday morning, and he had the heartstrings of those commissioners because he didn't have to fight with the 3 school districts. He only had to fight with debate the commissioners. And 2 of the commissioners were definitely for the program in the beginning anyway. And those 2 commissioners voted yes. Vicki Leonard voted yes, and Herb Pemberton. And they did it for the right reasons, they thought. But they didn't negotiate well. It was a terrible negotiation because the only negotiation they did was the schools were going to chip in for 1 year of their amount for cars or whatever it was. And then Paul Field had gotten with some group, and they wrote an actual grant for a couple of years or 3 years that helped pay for that. But the school district at Prairie View, I read the article and I didn't read their minutes, but they were exactly right. Just table it because why would I want to continue something that the commission's been paying for 7 years, the county? Why would I want to do that? Why would I want to take on a new debt? You're paying for it. What are you going to do? And that's kind of the stance I think they would have took. And that's the stance that they did take. What are you going to do? You're going to take the program away from us? No, because the SRO programs are very valuable in the community. So virtually we have no legs to stand on. It's at their mercy. And you can see that all 3 school districts are at their revenue, tax neutral revenue, or however you say that. They all had to keep all their money and didn't give anything back, mill levy wise, back to the communities. And they all have bonds, and Prairie View's on their, I don't know if they call it a second bond or not, but all of them were on bonds in the beginning of this program anyway. And Prairie View's building an additional, and before that, they were building the Lacey Elementary and the Parker improvements. So I can see why they don't want to take on the debt of it. And I don't, all you can do is ask at this point is what I feel the commission can do, and that's it. Because you're not going to take the program away.
I feel that it's a valuable program.
It is a valuable program.
I look at it as tax dollars are tax dollars, if they're coming from the county or they're
But all
coming
of it
from the
don't come from the county for the school district. Some of it comes from the state, right?
And
I would assume.
And the reason I was against it, and they asked me in here, and I know Mike Page voted against it, and I felt the same way Mike did, was because you have an elected board, and they're elected by the people in their school district, and they didn't choose safety at the time. They chose to do bonds for their schools because the commission came along and said, hey, look, I'm going to fund this program. Would you?
I believe we do have a little authority over the myself as far as 3 commissioners to get them to pay something. What do you think, Danny?
Well, I mean, I know I've got hit pretty hard about the subject too. I mean, and I wish, I mean, I would hope the schools would try to, help fund it. Do the cars have to be there? Do they have to have a car there every day? How important is that?
Well, I mean, they have tasks all day long. I mean, they might be going to a student's home. I mean, we did that today, already this morning. So, I mean, there's tasks that occur if we don't want to provide them a car. We have if they're in a police jurisdiction, we'd ask a police officer to respond to that. And if they're in the county, we'd ask a deputy to respond. So,
So your SRO cars that are there right now, they've been there since day one, pretty much.
oh no, we've replenished the fleet as we go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So when,
Yeah, I've got two sitting out back right now that are 20, I think one's an 11 and one's a 12. Realistically, regular patrol car, you ought to get about 5 years out of. An SRO car, probably get 7, 8, depending on how you use it in the summertime. Of course, those were all Dodge Chargers. And I'd go on record saying that the Charger probably as a patrol car is the biggest piece of crap that there is. I mean, maintenance is ridiculous on them. I've got one right now getting a new motor in it, sitting at the shop. We put a new motor in it a year ago and that motor failed, so it's under a warranty motor right now that it's getting a new one. My maintenance on I'm trying to get Chargers out of the fleet. They're, they just don't work on gravel. They don't work on, on stuff like that. You can't run you run a Charger through Tanglewood and you'll be replacing transmission, pans and lines and everything else under there. Not a vehicle for Linn County.
Asking for cars for the resource officers, though, that isn't actually where you'd use them, right? I mean, do you pass used cars on down to the resource officers or?
Now, when your car wears out, we attempt to provide a new car. There's not really a pass down system. A deputy's a
The way
deputy.
we asked for them was a 3-year deal, so you're not gonna be buying a new resource car every 3 years. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, I think a school resource officer's, the deputy's car, you're going to get probably 7 years of service out of it. Some of the ones we have now are on 10 and 11 years of
So if
service.
they helped us with the program, the money would be going to something else besides cars, I guess,
Well, I mean, it all,
or the resource officer.
I guess a lot of that is how the commission would designate those funds to flow because, when I ask for budget, right now, all of my cars come from my capital outlay. We're at about $145,000 a year in our capital outlay budget. So that would generally afford us, probably 3 cars a year. And that's department wide. So you're looking at 14, 15 patrol cars in the fleet. And then there's some other service vehicles as well. But, a lot of those other vehicles are, 7, 8, 9 years old. And that's okay because they're not in an emergency type situation. They might be pulling a trailer or something. So a little bit different deal.
I think that's where the confusion was. Everybody thought we was putting new cars right at the school. This is the question I had.
Well, and I think one thing that really wasn't discussed on reading the newspaper and hearing the multitude of citizen contacts that I had in regard to it was that we asked for the price of a car. We didn't ask for a price of the car and equipment when the commission wrote the letter. So if you look at what's the price of a patrol car, right now we can go buy a new Ford SUV or a new Ford sedan with our bids that we have right now for around $36,600, $36,700, somewhere in there. That's just the car. There's another $12,000 worth of equipment upfit and upgrade to that car to make it the way we use it. So you're really looking at a $48,000 to $50,000 vehicle, depending on what, some of the prices are right now with steel up. When you start looking at steel cages, I went to a poly cage on our last build because it was cheaper. So, you're usually into $48,000, $50,000 for the upfit of that car. And I don't think that was considered by the people because what we looked at, and when Gary talked to me about it, I suggested to him that it wouldn't be fair to charge the county for the price of a totally built patrol car or to charge the schools for that because they don't get the use of it all year long. And it's being utilized for them from the start of school to the end of school. And then they're out of the game, So I told Gary, I said, I don't feel that $50,000 price tag's fair. Maybe the price of the car, it's about 75%. But whether or not that occurs, we'll carry on whichever way it goes, where we'll make things work. So I don't know that I'm for or against it. Statute tells me that I'm not going to go out and seek funding from private sources or any other source other than my Board of County Commissions. So that's where I stand on that issue. If it happens, we can absolutely use cars. If it don't happen, we'll keep fixing what we got.
I think if they think it's bizarre that we asked that, I'd like to hear what they have to say. 'Cause, I mean, we asked them to come back in and they, talk
Blew us off.
and we never heard. So, I mean, if they think they have a better solution, I would like to hear what they have to say. I don't think, I don't think it's wrong of us to ask for something like that. I mean, I think, if they don't think that they can do this, they can go out and buy, I mean, Prairie View can build a mansion of a school or whatever, but I don't think every year, and Pleasanton can, buy the Cox building. I don't think it's out of the ordinary for them to ask for a little bit of,
I don't either. I don't think we need to.
My whole point was, if we had negotiated the right way the very first time, we wouldn't be talking about it. So much a year until the program ends or changes or whatever, but we didn't do that.
Like you say, they're going to continue as long as we let them continue men free. And I think it's time.
with the contract with the schools, do we have
How you do that?
Request it.
on this
Or-
con?
No, huh?
Or tell them to cut their program if they do not want it. We'll agree to help them, but I don't think we just need to keep paying the whole thing.
I don't think if they don't think they can afford funds, I mean, I'd like to hear what they, what their proposal on being able to help us would be. I mean, David, on a contract for them, do we have a contract with them on anything? I mean, so we're just in there.
You provide a program, you staff them in there, and there's no reciprocal arrangement.
That's the way we arranged. That's the way it was arranged, that the Greenwich or whoever was the grant writer, whoever it was that wrote the grants that we no longer, I guess, are eligible for. And then that one-time payment that they made or over time, and then we took the program on. That was the agreement.
Times change.
Do you know any other counties how they do it?
You're not going to.
Most other counties that have school resource programs do it just like we do it now.
There's counties that don't even have it. Not very far from it.
Okay.
Anything else, gentlemen?
No, I think
Thank you very much.
Hey, Mar, come on up and be cheerful.
Louis Savoy, AMR Linn County, standing in for Galen. He's still out on bereavement. Busy week this week for sure, as the sheriff was saying. 37 calls for service with 22 transports, so averaging 5.24 per day. With our resources, that's a lot, which kind of goes into something we've discussed with Bourbon County. Bourbon County got a new EMS director that, hey, we happen to know. We made a few phone calls and we were struggling a little bit getting them to help with mutual aid. So it turns out now they're good to go. We're going to get with you and the sheriff real soon about discussing with them offering mutual aid all the time if we have all of our units in service to have an auto mutual aid with them. But we'll kind of go into a formal process with you guys if you have any thoughts. In other words, if all of our trucks are in service in the county and they need help, we would just automatically send them.
How many ambulances do they have? Do you know?
2.
They have 2.
I would say 1 3/4. Though they have a real weird staffing dynamic, sir. But they have 2.
And do they, when they come up for those calls for mutual aid, when they do, are they assisted mostly over in that area?
Yeah, it's going to be pretty much when we call Bourbon County, I call them from 1350 69 Road south.
Okay.
And then all of Mound City. And then as we start creeping into Parker, then I use Anderson County.
Okay.
So I'm trying to use the closest, and I try to spread the wealth as we need it. Anything in North County goes to Miami County, and we really can't get anything from Bates. And they only call us when they're on the line.
Gotcha.
Which,
Out of Allen County, because will there be any?
yeah. Allen County kind of sits, now you guys would know better. I believe Allen County is sitting, and this is what I was asking the sheriff about, between Anderson and Miami. With us taking over Allen, oh, is it south? It'll just be additional. Oh, okay. So we'll just have additional resources, and those will be our resources. But always, whenever the first thing we do when we go to status zero is I've got units coming down from Johnson County. They may or may not make it down. If they don't make it down, then I utilize the next closest. Which there was that one night where we ran 5 calls for service in an hour and 15 minutes, and that's when Clayton came and helped me. But we had everybody in all at the same time.
Gotcha.
But it's just something we're going to look at. If it shouldn't be a problem. I mean, they provide it to us, we provide it to them, but it's got to go through you guys for approval. But it's kind of a process we're looking at. It's pretty industry standard. We just wouldn't have to call the supervisor every time. Dispatch would have a protocol.
Gotcha.
You guys know we lost Derek because he moved to Arizona. Boy, did we score. We got a gentleman named Virgil Swanson. He was training captain with Johnson County Med Act. Wow, he's a home run. He just finished training. He's retired, so he wanted to come down here and do some work for us. You'll be meeting him in the next week or two or out in the county. Amazing. He's got some great ideas. I told him to slow his roll a little bit and enjoy the spot for a minute, get a feel. But he's talking about when the fire chief hears, or anyone from fire is represented here, possibly starting. He's just that guy. He's like, well, why aren't we all training together and stuff like that? And he's looking at possibly doing something like that. Of course, that would be all, we take care of the cost of all that, just so everyone is on the same page. But that's something to look forward to with Virgil in the future. He's very progressive, always looking, for new ways to make the systems run better. Saw Station 2. Thank you guys. Just thank you for all of us. Looks fantastic. Looks great. I didn't even know it got approved. It's very nice. Thank you. With that being said, I've been asking Galen, but he's been out. Is there any possible way we could look at some sort of inexpensive floor replacement at Station 1? Doesn't have to be anything special, but I just think the carpet has had it there. I don't know if this is the proper avenue.
Have
Go
Sean
through.
look at it and take some pictures.
But I figure, well, Galen's not here. I'm going to take advantage of the situation and ask.
Sean, can you have Rick or somebody take a look at that station and tell us what it would take to make a repair to it?
Yeah. Dispatch and us have been doing wonderful with that craziness we've had this week. We always seem to be on the same page. Any questions?
Isn't that building on the slab? Were you talking about Pleasant, right?
I don't know about the station, like what it is. I think it's concrete. Yeah. I mean, there's carpet.
It's matching.
Yep. Well, okay. Thank you. Yeah. But, I saw some boxes of, the orders that came up, I saw some boxes of wood plank, the vinyl plank. I'm like, ooh, is that for us? And turns out it was a project someone else was doing.
We like to tease you, yeah.
Well, but whatever. I mean, whatever it is to get in there, but of course, something that my animals aren't going to destroy real quick.
Okay.
Any questions?
No.
Hey, you guys know how paramedics are. I mean, they just seem to spill anything they could spill.
There you go.
Thanks.
Robin, good morning.
Robin Spencer, Public Health Officer. Tisha's time with us is completed, so I'm going to give our report for this week. Total COVID cases confirmed 1,391. We did have a record from the week of 9/8 to 9/15 with 80 cases. That's the most we've had since this whole thing started. We're approximately 80 active cases. On Wednesdays when our report comes out, that's more accurate. We're up to 20 deaths. 5 residents are in the hospital that we know of right now. And there's 3 clusters. Those involve all of the school districts. Total testing we've done is 435. We just did receive new cartridges, well, not new, additional cartridges that had already been paid for with our original purchase of the machine. So we're good as far as that goes. Flu shots, we are expected to start our clinics either the first week or the second week of October, as we do every year. We'll go to the senior sites and the schools. And then, of course, we'll publish some dates that we'll have the open clinics at our department.
When you have it at your department, you go out, or will they actually come inside, or will they go out to give them the shot?
No, they can
The
come in.
flu,
They'll come in.
okay.
Yeah. The only thing we're going out to do right now is COVID testing.
And going back to those numbers, which I never ask questions like that, on the 80 that you had that 1 week, were any of them already vaccinated people? Do you have a percentage of those?
I do not have a percentage. A few of them were.
Okay.
Yes.
And are the boosters
del-
going to become available for people that desire that, 65 and older?
So right now, what they're calling it is a third shot. That's
Okay.
been approved. That's not the same as a booster. A third shot is designated for a certain group of people that will sign a letter saying they have a previous condition that makes them eligible.
Yeah.
I can read those conditions if you want.
You want to?
Yeah.
Is there a long list?
It's not very long. Hang on. So, active treatment for solid tumor, recipient of a solid organ transplant, stem cell transplant, moderate or severe immunodeficiency syndromes, if you have advanced or untreated HIV, if you're on active treatment with high-dose corticosteroids such as prednisone more than 20 milligrams a day. So that's the list of what you would have to sign to say that you qualify for a
But
third
no
dose.
age-wise yet?
Nope.
Okay.
The boosters, I expect them to say yes anytime. They haven't yet, and that won't just be for 65 and older. That'll be for anybody that wants one.
Okay.
And
You're
we'll,
still giving the shot? if people
every
say-
Wednesday
Okay.
from 9 to 2, and then if that doesn't work, call the department and we'll figure out something that will if you want the vaccine.
And you still doing the testing, the rapid testing, if somebody desires that or not?
The rapid testing that we have available is basically the funding is for the schools,
Okay.
but we do have them if for some reason it's a very small child that you just don't want the PCR testing, which is more invasive. We're glad to do the rapid. It's not as accurate. The school nurses are doing the rapid testing in their districts to keep kids in school, which
Do they have their own stash?
they do. KDHE funded a program for them. All they had to do was apply, say how many tests they'll need, and then they're kind of in charge of that. The school nurses do not work for the county.
Right, right.
So, but they're working really closely with us because if a student or a staff does test positive on the rapid, then they usually call and want the more definitive, which we can do in the
How
department.
often do they give the rapid test now? It was daily,
So
10 days.
we were trying to do daily, but it went up to over 300 with all the districts, and that was just overwhelming for the nurses, and we didn't have the testing to keep up. So our policy now is they do it once a week, and the school nurses can decide which day that is. And then they do testing on like Fridays or anytime there's a big event, activities-wise, football games. And we felt like that was appropriate just because if we do have a lot of positives, then that's fair to the other school districts that are either coming to us or we're going to them just to keep the numbers down.
Thank you for that.
I also need about 15 minutes executive session for
I got a few
personnel.
questions.
What's it?
Sure.
Let me ask her. Hey, 15 minutes for what?
Personnel.
Personnel. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, Dan.
You got any big items on the schedule here coming up, like any baby showers or anything like that?
No, our main goals right now are just to keep the department running as Tisha's gone, and flu shots will be a big priority, and then continuing in the COVID effort. I don't know if you guys know this, but we have kept all of the COVID cases in our county within our department, responded to all of them since this began, except for about 30 on the week that we moved. That week that we moved those 30, most of them called us anyway because they want to hear not a recording, they want to hear a local voice with information immediately about what do I do now. So, and I don't know that all counties or all organizations can say that. So I'm pretty proud of our department for being able to do that. I think it's been important, especially for our older generation that was very scared. We didn't know what this thing was or what it was going to amount to. So I think that deserves to be known to the county.
Good.
And I got another question. Can you explain the reasoning behind that? I think you and I had talked about the reasoning that we need to have that upgrade or the maintenance on that machine.
So to my understanding, we're still under a maintenance contract for the year. So if anything goes wrong with it now, we can call and I was in contact with the Cepheid company. We were having a few errors and they were able to look at the reports and fix it over the phone, tell us what was going on. The contract that Tisha wanted to get approved was for in November. That's when our contract is gone and so is ending. And so we would need that renewed so that we'd stay under a maintenance program for another year.
And the maintenance program, from what I'm being told, is from grant money anyway, right?
The same grant money that covered
Yeah.
the machine, yeah.
And it's the same grant money we bought the machine with.
Correct.
So, yeah.
And those numbers that with that machine you tested was 435, you said?
Correct,
That's total amount of tests we've done.
yes.
And that machine's pretty, I mean, can you explain the importance of that machine to you? I mean, is it,
So we are the only place in the county that I'm aware of that can come in, get tested and have results within an hour and a half to 2 hours. Some of the clinics are low on their testing and they've went back to, you have to have symptoms to get a test. That was the way it was a couple weeks ago, so I don't know for sure if they're still doing that. And then Lacine Clinic stopped getting any tests between the time that they weren't going to be Olathe Health to the time that they're going to be CHC. So we were also picking up the slack in all of those tests. Our cartridges test for RSV, flu A and B, and COVID. So with RSV, which is another virus that goes around this time of year, causes common cold symptoms, especially in little ones, we could test for that at the exact same time. Strep testing can be ordered if we ever choose to do so. I don't know the cost of those cartridges, but that may also be beneficial to county residents that need their strep tested and quicker than maybe they could get into their doctor.
so so the machine's not used on every single test though? Or it is?
So the machine's used on every single PCR test, yeah.
How long does it take to get results from the clinics if they test?
So if they're testing without symptoms, just because maybe a family member, it's 24 to 48 hours.
And that's the only time they would test.
I can't speak to when, that would be a doctor's decision.
So the value
Right.
of a person testing and coming up positive for one of those symptoms one of those things that could happen, what's the value in that?
So we know immediately.
Mhm.
So we know what to tell them as far as isolation time, quarantine time, who else they've been exposed to. Yeah,
But it tests,
for work.
you test for different things as well, you said.
Yeah, and with flu season coming up, that's going to be important. And then the RSV, sometimes you can be very sick with similar symptoms to COVID, and it's not COVID, it's something else. And that's beneficial
But
for,
right now you have sufficient supplies, is that true?
correct.
Okay. You got anything?
I don't know.
Anything else? You got anything else?
Nope.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Pat's got copies of the fire reports and emailed that.
Fire report from Doug. 6th through the 12th, let's just do the 13th for the 19th last week. Motor vehicle accidents, 4 that they responded to, rubbish fire, 4, grass fire, 1, landing zone, they responded once for a total of 10 that week. All right. Let's have, Jessica, you got something?
It's fine.
So the comprehensive plan, just an update on that. We have 491 completed surveys, which is fantastic. We only had 121 the first time. So we're really excited about this number. The online survey is open until close of business today. I've still got several, I think, written ones that I've got a committee member bringing in this afternoon maybe. So we're excited about how the survey's gone this time. Our next meeting will be the 28th. This will give Jennifer about a week to compile the results and get back to the committee.
Will they be done by then, you think?
Done.
The surveys will be?
Yes, the survey's closed today. And then that'll give her a week to compile everything. So she's sure that she'll be able to get that done in a week. I've got 2 requests for people who want to be on that committee. We have an opening in Danny's district. Rocky Belts would like to fill that opening. She's the Chamber of Commerce president. She also works at the paper over there. And then Tisha Coleman wants to continue to be involved, so I would like to appoint her as an at-large member. She's okay with this. I think she has a unique perspective on the county as a whole, so I think that would be a good spot for her.
So you need the commission to act on those.
Yes, please.
Do you want to look for another one, or you have to, who you got? Happy with her recommendation.
I mean, as long as Rocky's good with it, you're good with it, I'm good with it.
Yep.
I'd like, and that's for the comp plan, you said?
Yes.
And she's just filling an empty spot that I had. Right?
Yes.
I would make a motion that we allow, do I need a motion?
You do.
You need a motion to appoint Rocky as
Yeah.
a member from your district.
And at
Tisha
large.
Coleman,
Tisha as an at-large.
at large.
Do you have any discussion on that at all?
That's my motion.
You gonna second?
You can.
You don't have a second yet. We'll just withdraw it. Withdraw it or it'll die. We'll talk about it. All right, what else you got?
Okay. We had an airport meeting last week. I've got several things that came out of that. We would like to put out a request for proposal for an airport consulting company. I've got a whole list from the state of companies that have put themselves on the list from the state to request to supply proposals for this kind of work. We've got several projects that the committee would like to look at in the next few years, and I would like to have one company that can help step us through those programs. I have an RFP drawn up. I'm going to send it to Gary and make sure it's okay, but I would like permission to go forward with that.
How's it gonna be paid for?
So I've talked to the State Aviation Association, both having a consultant and the projects that we are looking at, they would all qualify for Kansas Airport Improvement Grant, which is the same grant that we've had for all the projects we've done so far. That's a matching grant. It's anywhere from 80-20 to 95-5. So it would depend on what kind of projects we're going to spend the grant on and how much the grant is for. And the way the proposal that I've drafted is written, we don't have to accept any bids. We could just not do it. So I would like to at least look at some proposals from companies for what they would charge us to do that.
Okay.
And it's written in there also that it's pending state funding
Tell us the benefit you see. I know Dave Fisher and some of your other board members are on that. Having that company.
My committee is made up of pilots, which is fantastic. I mean, they know what it needs to look like when they come in. They know
what they want.
Right. They know what they want. They know what it needs to function, but they don't know how to get it there. They don't know how to build it. They don't know how to, the regulations and the requirements and all that we need to make sure that we follow to get it to where it needs to be. So I really think that a consultant would help me because I don't know much about airports. I know more now than I did 4 months ago. But I think they would help me walk through the process. I think they would make sure that we're compliant in everything we need to be and that we're safe and that, some of the projects that the committee members bring up, are even necessary, things like that.
So this is free until we decide what we want to do.
Yeah. So I want to get bids and I want to apply for a grant. And then if we don't like any of the bids, we don't have to approve them. If we don't get the grant, we don't have to go through with it.
Yeah, I would just say that, having the airport and how it came about and how it was funded and all the things we don't know, that we got this airport out there that we may be liable for, it would be a smart thing to look at. You think so?
I think so too.
Okay.
So yes.
Okay. So I'm going to get with Gary this week and we'll move forward on that. One thing that's come out of the airport committee is I've talked to Kevin Amer about this. He knew exactly what I was talking about. They would like to see us have some kind of device that measures, whether we have water in the fuel, which we have not had an issue with that. But we don't have something that specifically looks for that.
Who's going to test it?
Kevin.
Kevin?
He's been doing the testing up to now. We haven't had an issue with that. They would like to have some kind of documented proof that we can show that, hey, we don't have water in our fuel. And he says it's called a fuel analyzer for avgas, and it's around $2,000.
Water's going to go to the bottom of the tank anyways. I mean, I don't know where the draw off is, but the water's going to go to the bottom.
Well, and there are filters that are supposed as the fuel comes out, there are filters that are supposed to, filter water out. And I'm not sure if it shuts the pump off if it detects water or if it just diverts the water
What
to
did
another.
pilots have to say about it? What did
Well, it's their suggestion.
their suggestion?
Yeah. So I don't know. If we want to maybe look for a couple that we think would work for us and then bring it back to you guys to decide then, if you're okay with that.
I think I'd like to, start seeing more fuel sold out there before we put any more money into it. I know that I think we don't have to have fuel out there. Or do we? Is that part of the grant? Or when we got the airport, did it have to
We
be?
got a grant for the fuel tank, yes.
But for an airport in general, we don't have to have fuel out there, do we? It's more of a.
Well, no, we're not required to have fuel, but as of right now, that's our moneymaker is the fuel tank. We've got pilots flying in from all over the country for our fuel. We are selling our fuel at $3.80 a gallon right now. We are at least 15 cents cheaper than anyone in our surrounding area. So
How much
that's,
have we sold?
it's almost a tank since the last time we bought was last October. And we're about, we've got another foot left to sell before we need to order again. So we're looking at ordering again here pretty soon.
How many gallons?
The tank is, I think 6,000. We order when it's at 1,000. So we order half a tanker of fuel at a time.
I don't know how, where the outlet
I
of the
personally
tank
don't
is,
think
but
it's
like I said, the water will go to the bottom of the tank. It's sitting there. I don't know what our procedure is to draw the water off or
I don't either.
anything, but it's,
It's probably,
Speaking of that, something else they suggested was having operating procedures drawn up for the airport. So that we have them in writing and everyone who does anything over there.
that's what I have the feeling that ever came up with this airport. It was a really good idea to have an airport, and it's really great deal, but nobody knew anything about airports. And now we've got an airport, and we're trying to backtrack.
Well, I really think that it's a good thing for our county to have an airport.
disagree.
I think that if we do this right, that it can really bring a lot of income into the county.
So what do you
I
want
really
to do? You want to go out and look and see how much? What do you want to do?
I want to look at fuel analyzers. It comes in a kit. It comes with everything you need to do and know to read how much, if there's water in the tank. Kevin said it would really come in handy for when we're getting fuel. That way we can know for certain whether they're bringing water in with the fuel.
Well, it'll cost something to look into it.
Okay.
It'll cost if we decide
Okay.
to do it. So why don't you? It's okay with me if you go look, and then that'll give us
Bring
time
back
to
some
do
specific
research.
things. Yep.
And you can
Research.
authorization to do the RFP.
Yeah,
And talking about, operational procedures, see, that's one of the things they'll help with.
yeah.
I know.
You don't know the operating procedures?
Yes, I talked with Scott Lindell, and he was someone that I had recommended, and he said, I don't know if there was just miscommunication. He said he hasn't heard from anybody on it. He'd like to be on that board. I don't know if he just missed a phone call or
Well, he's on my email list.
okay. Well, I'll let him know and check his email then.
Okay.
Because he'd asked me about it, and I just said, well.
He hasn't come, and I haven't heard back from him.
All right, well,
Maybe I have an old email address or something.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I'll
Okay.
give him, if you don't mind, I'll just have him get a hold of you.
Perfect. So I'm going to work on operating procedures as well. And then the other thing that came out was we need to be issuing what's called NOTAM. It's a
Notice to air.
thank you. This basically, it goes out to all the pilots. It's a program that everyone across the country uses. It goes out to the pilots. It tells them about conditions on the runway, whether they're out there mowing, whether there's, a hay bale at the end of the runway that they need to watch out for, anything like that. And we need to be sending these out. I didn't know we needed to be sending these out. I don't think anybody did. But what we've done is Dave Fisher and Gary Troth, both from the committee, they have volunteered to serve as our airport information coordinator. They're both familiar with the NOTAM system. They are willing to take on the responsibility of making sure those get sent out. We're asking them to notify Sean and I when they send them out and what information they're sending. And we need a letter on letterhead giving them permission to do that for them to issue NOTAMs.
So, just getting a text from one of the committee people.
Okay?
Tell us are you working on a business plan at all?
That's one of the projects to
That's
get
the
funding
reason
for.
for
Yeah,
that. Okay, gotcha.
it's in the request for
So
proposal.
you drafted the letter that you want them to sign?
Yes.
Already?
Yes.
Well, good for you.
So we got that little bit of construction that we were doing out there at the airport. What's our next step? I guess another question I have is if a guy leaves the airplane there for just uses as a parking lot, is that a risk for us? I mean, do they need to be signing something or do they just know like, hey, how does that work?
I was reading this, I didn't hear your whole.
Like if someone just leaves their airplane at the airport and say something ends up happening to it during a storm or
If
some
they
vandalism.
leave there, they're assuming liability. Yeah, we're not liable for that. Now, if one of our county vehicles goes in there and takes, crushes their airplane, that's different, but if it's just there and the wind blows it away, we're.
So we're still trying to, and then back to my other question, we're still trying to sell the lots out there, right? I mean, is that our next step after this construction?
That's part of the business plan.
He's willing to do those letters.
And I'm having, at least once a month, I'm having somebody new contact me about information about the lots. So, this, just so you guys know, the insurance company has said that any volunteers that we officially appoint like this are covered under our liability insurance, so they would be covered just like a county employee issuing the NOTAMs.
You have any issues with this? You?
That's fine.
Something we didn't know?
You need a motion to, send that letter and authorize Rick to sign.
That'll be my motion.
And what they're signing is, the Linn County Board of Commissioners hereby appoint Dave Fisher as the Airport Information Coordinator. In this capacity, Fisher is authorized to issue NODAMs and other relevant airport communications. In the event that, I like this part, in the event Fisher is unable to carry out these duties, Gary Troth will serve as the alternate airport. I thought that was going to say Gary Thompson. So it's been moved, it's been seconded. All in favor? Aye. There you go.
Thank you. Yeah. Jim asked me to talk about the Regional Planning Commission a little bit and what they do for us. The county is a member of the Regional Planning Commission. It's a group of the southeastern 12 counties. I serve on their executive board of directors. We meet every month regularly on the first Thursday in Chanute. And what they do is they apply for grants for their members. They apply for free, and then if the grant is awarded, and the Regional Planning Commission administers the grant, they take a percentage of the grant total. Usually it's between 5 and 10%, depending on what the grant is for, to administer the grant. The Regional Planning Commission staff they're wonderfully trained. They make sure they know all the regulations and requirements that are, that we have to know to stay compliant with the federal and state grants that they administer. They've been excellent to work with. They administered our CDBG grant and made sure that we were awarding funds for the correct things, I guess, for lack of a better term, and made sure that we were compliant, all across the board.
Dave, do you say that's true? They helped you? Okay.
Yeah. They don't just do economic development grants. They do CDBG grants for cities, for counties. They can help find grants. They do some business loans for different, business activities, all across the 12 counties. Did I forget anything that I needed to talk about? I don't know.
No,
Okay. Okay, they're a great, it's a nonprofit organization. There are other organizations that do the same thing. Usually, the Regional Planning Commission does it for a lower percentage, of the grant total, so that they're usually,
just had some people question me on it, and I thought.
a more reasonable,
Talk
yeah,
about it.
more
And in
reasonable
most of
fees.
these grants, it's anticipated that you'll be paying someone to administer it.
Right.
So that's kind of built in too.
And it is absolutely worth paying someone who knows all the regulations to administer the grant, because it's very intense. If you get one thing wrong, you end up having to pay money back, and it's very worth having them administer the grants. They know all the regulations.
Do we not have a line item in our budget for them?
We do.
So what's that money go towards if they're already taking money out of the?
Just our membership.
That's our membership. Yep. So because the county is a member, the cities then can become members at a discounted rate. If the county wasn't a member, the city's memberships would be higher.
So do they reach out to you with opportunities, or do you just reach out to them?
Both. Yes.
And that's one of the big things that they offer is, if you say, how about this grant, they can tell you just like that if you're gonna qualify for it.
Yeah.
They know that, and that saves you a lot of time.
They've been very helpful to us on several projects over the years since I've been here.
Good.
Okay. I need 10 minutes for trade secrets when you have time, please.
Okay.
Do you have anything else for me?
No, thanks, Jessica.
Okay. Thank you.
We have to wait till 10:30 on yours, okay?
Get back to that request for payment and the bills. and
Yeah, let's
review
do-
one of those.
Yeah, let's do it. You had some concerns, or what's your
I'd like to
thoughts?
hear what we had to say before we make the payment. Let's go.
You want to explain, or?
Well, your total payment on this one is, let's see, $2,246,904.45. It includes a change order which is already approved. See, this is the change order on, like $216,000.
Seven, five? Change order 5?
Yeah. So, I don't know what else there is. I did not print out for you all of the supporting documents on this, because it was about 250 pages.
Which that's just all their lien waivers and their insurance and
Yeah, that's
material.
the photograph.
Contracts.
On storage and so forth.
You make a motion? Current payment due $2,246,904.45. I'll make a motion that we approve this.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. You vote no?
Yep.
Okay. Where's the regular bills at now? I'll make a motion, we pay the bills in the amount of. Is there 2 pages to it or just one? $2,515,190.78.
You already have a motion?
Yeah.
Motion? I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Aye and no?
Sign this.
Don't know that you would have to. You've got 2 signatures on there. I think that's
2 would be sufficient. I mean, signing it doesn't mean you approve it, it just means you acknowledge.
All right. Let's get something more cheery than that. Sean, come on up. Buy a pizza for $7 today.
Sean West, Public Works Administrator. We've had one of our noxious weed personnel take initiative on his own to take on testing for the noxious weeds. There's 3 levels of that testing that's required to be an administrator, and he took and passed the general as part of a succession to what I'm going to talk about next, which is suggesting that we hire a noxious weed director so we don't end up in the position we're in and have been in. I would like to encourage him to complete the other testing to be able, if we were in the position we're in now, to fill that role in the county so we wouldn't lose that. I would recommend that we bring him from a 7A at 1335 to a 7R at 1528.99.
Who?
Carl, I'm going to, Weiberg.
Is that the one that's the assistant?
Yes.
Okay. So he can do the job now?
He has the general. He is one of the 3, and we're anticipating him taking the other 2 in the reasonable future as well, so that he would be able to be a backup and be able to be a director if necessary in the future, but he's not interested in that position currently.
So this pay increase would be subject to completing those tests?
The pay increase is for the first completion of that, the first of the 3. It's the general that's required of everyone, and probably something he should have just to be an operator in that area.
And you're going from what to what? What's his amount he's making right now?
1335,
And you're going to?
1528.
Okay. All right. What's your thoughts?
Let's see, a little further down the road before getting that big a raise.
I don't know about the director spot. You trying to put him in the director spot now?
No, what we're doing is encouraging him to complete those other tests so that in the future, should we be in the position we're in now, when we lose a director, we would not be in the position we are without anyone certified to stand in for that position, or with the certifications to stand in for that position in the future.
Was he hired under the understanding that if he did finish those tests that he was going to get a raise?
Not to my knowledge. I'd have to talk to HR.
So right now, he's in the same range that we have an equipment operator 1 in, with no CDL, no extra certification.
Has he sprayed it all? And now he can spray, can he do?
That's what he's doing.
Oh, he can't even do that yet.
Now, he can now in just general, but not on all the chemicals.
Okay. Can he do the, what's the,
The cost shares,
thank you.
we're working on training and moving that program and working that out in our office currently. That wouldn't be something he would take on immediately. It would be something we would work with him and a future director to take back over and to learn in the future.
So if he finishes, you said he has 2 or 3 tests?
This is the first out of 3 that would be necessary.
So if he finishes the other ones, what do you predict he'll be at? I mean, when he finishes all his certifications, what's the end goal there? What's the end price?
The end goal, I couldn't answer that, but it would be below the director, but it would be a reasonable amount for those step increases. The other 2, I don't anticipate being near what the general is that basic block that is a requirement for all noxious weeds.
I'm not opposed to giving him a raise, as in, an incentive to, keep going. Cause I mean, it's, he don't have, does he have to go do that? I mean, what can he do? I mean, what can he do now that he couldn't do before without the test?
Without the test, the general is the first requirement, like I said, of the three. And without the test, his spraying or mixing chemicals or those basic tasks that would support the other two, which is right-of-ways and a director test, it's the first block in learning the basics for not only spraying, but mixing the chemicals, the droplet size, the wind, the damage that could be done by the chemicals, and the other things that are necessary to house and store those chemicals properly.
Was that a qualification for the job he has anyway to get that test? I mean,
The what?
So for his title, like he's the noxious weed director assistant, he has to have that right. He at least has to have that so he can spray.
so that's his first to
So
get.
so he's got the general, and now he has to get that right away.
So the first two of the three are requirements.
Requirements for his job anyway, right?
That he didn't have. And so what he's trying to say is when he's gonna go for that third test, but the noxious weed director has to have that 9A. That way it's a backup to the noxious weed director, so he or she is unable to perform or, outside vacation.
So,
He can.
gotcha. So why wouldn't we just wait till he
Wait.
completes that? And then give him the pay raise?
So at this point, he hasn't met the qualification for the job, which are the first two things. Is that accurate?
The right-of-way test, yes, he has taken, but has not completed a passing score for that test.
So my recommendation would be my thoughts would be just wait till he passes that test and he's eligible. And then I don't have a problem with the pay raise then.
Then I'll bring that back.
Well, I mean.
I'll bring
they
that
have a
back at that
different-
time.
I think he needs to
What do you
finish his qualifications before we.
I mean, I agree, but I still think that, I mean, do we pay him to go to this class? Does he have to take time off work? Does he?
No, we supported the funding for taking the test and the travel for the test.
And that was
Hey.
a requirement of his job title. Well, to get this test passed.
And the next
Okay.
You have to take this one in order to take either of the other two. It's a requirement. This is the basic block.
So when's he gonna, do you have a tentative date on when he's gonna take the next one?
Based on conversation, I anticipate that being at the next round of testing sometime before the end of the year.
Okay.
Next, we have Johnny Taylor applied and interviewed, and we're recommending that he be promoted to our noxious weed director and hired for that position at 11A, which is 181665.
You know him?
I know who he is.
You know him? You got his resume?
I do not have any
Who interviewed him? You?
myself in HR, yes.
Does he have any of the qualifications for this job?
He'd have to begin from the general through the other two testings. He has no certifications for this position.
How much a raise is that from where he's at now?
So we just gave him a raise for him getting his CDL. So he got, I wanna say like 50.
That was like 17 something.
How fast can he test for these? Is that something that takes a while? Or?
He's got a lot more tests to take than just the 3. And he has the director of school, which is only in March.
I would anticipate him having tested or attempted to complete those tests sometime in the spring.
Are you giving him a time schedule to follow to get these done? is it right that our assistant has more qualifications than the director?
The, the director is being hired in that position. The assistant was offered opportunities, but passed on that at this point.
So can he act as like a competent person for the director then? To be able to start spraying, or how does that work?
Until,
All spread into the Miami County guy, right?
yes, until we get someone in that position and certified, we're still operating off of that other license for Miami County.
So I guess we gotta determine what we're doing with the weed department then? I mean, is that,
On this, the wage he's asking for on this, we actually have the weed director in 2 ranges in our scale, and this is the bottom of the lower range.
But right now, the assistant, or Carl, has more than he does, right?
Carl sent the journal, so yeah.
So he has more. And Carl's had no interest in being director.
And we did have a conversation with them, and that was, we did not want to move forward with the director position.
I mean, I'm not opposed to hiring Johnny if this is what we're gonna do is rebuild this entire program. I would rather have somebody in there that's fresh, that's not, set in their ways, and we can build this thing how we want it, because it's been a nightmare since the day I got it.
How much of a raise are we giving?
Ditto on
Is
that.
that, did you say to 18?
7 years,
16 is
it's never been right. It's terrible.
by week, we find it.
So I guess we gotta kind of determine what we talked about last week.
We already determined that.
So do we need him, did you guys talk with Johnny about that in the interview process? About us reconstructing everything, running everything under that? And
We discussed the possibilities of the job description in the off-season being managed with other projects such as mowing and the supervision.
how do you feel about that? Because I know that the noxious weed, they step in and help you during the winter. How's that gonna affect you?
Usually during the winter, he helps me out. It's not really gonna affect me.
Do you see any problems with us doing that?
Right now, he's at 15.484.
$3 an hour raise.
Yeah, but this is a totally different position than what he's in now.
And he's ready to take on that task of,
That's what we discussed this morning, yes. We spoke about it and he agreed to take on that this morning.
Willingly, or you like got his arm?
He agreed and understood that, and that there is, based on the condition of the noxious weeds department and the challenges that he's going to face in this, I don't believe the bottom stepper, I understand it's a rather large scale jump, but I believe the responsibilities are reflecting what we're asking him to do in the pay.
and we're giving him how much time to get all his certification?
The certifications are going to be dictated partially by the schooling when it's available, but
Do we know when the school's available?
So the noxious weed director school is a 1 week in March. So far, that's still planned for the in person in Wichita. The certifications, from what I'm understanding, the testing and some of the classes on those, it just depends on, they only have them at certain times. So that would be,
So what can he do now for testing? What can he do?
he would begin the process of studying for the 9A and the
the 6.
I believe it might be the 6A.
What we'd be looking at right now is we're still gonna be operating under Miami
Oh,
County
yeah.
license, but he would be taking on the duties of managing the department
running the
and
noxious
anything else you.
I think beyond the certification, he has a lot to do with
The biggest step would be getting ready for those test dates and getting those certifications on the first rounds, because they are spread out somewhat. So we need to make the mark on those. and then starting to train on the cost shares and that programs, and then working on the department itself, checking the equipment, making sure that we're functional and that we're under those regulations as far as storage and chemicals, and what we have is what we have on our records.
So are we gonna kind of turn to him, or who are we gonna turn to, I mean, as a outline of how we want to structure all this?
Well, as part of his training process, there's going to be a while before the testing. Miami County's been a really good resource, but I would like to reach out to others and send him to those programs or send him to those departments so he can get a gathering of information from multiple resources and not just sit in a building and study that book, because he's going to have some common sense applicable knowledge of this job skill. So part of this in that time frame while he's studying should be spent going to other noxious weed programs in our area and spending time with them. And if that means hopefully very close to us, but if that means 3 to 5 days in one area and 3 to 5 in another to get that knowledge, to give a basis for that written testing and for what he thinks will work for our program, we're going to need to do it.
And he understands how important it is, like scheduling's gonna be really important to be able to make this mowing and stuff work with Harry and Mike.
Yes.
So would this take, I mean, would this start immediately, or how's that? I mean, do we have any goals? Yeah, when are we gonna start hitting the ground running on this?
So if it gets approved, then whenever the supervisor's ready to let it go, then
I would recommend that if we approve it today, that we wait till the beginning of the next pay period, allowing us time to make those contacts with those other departments and to make sure that the job description befits the requirements that we're talking about as well for the mowing in the off season.
We're just starting a pay period right now, so it would be 2 weeks since the beginning of the next one.
yeah, give us plenty of time to fill that spot.
I'd like to have some accountability for him as far as the testing, to make sure that he gets it if we give him that big a raise right now.
Like just date set, like if you have to have this done within the first year, is that what you're
Yeah, I
saying?
mean, I'll put a time frame on as far as.
And I don't think that would be an issue. And I know Johnny personally, and I think that he really took after and got the initiative to get his CDL pretty quick, like, and I know he was studied really hard for it. I mean, more than we can do to put that in part of the description or something, that he has to have this much testing done by this time next year, or
And the job offer.
what we expect out of him within the year.
We'll do a job offer letter for the new position, and we'll have that in there, and he can sign it.
Somebody do something. We're sitting there.
I'll
What are you
make-
doing?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we hire Johnny Taylor at 11A for the new noxious weed
Is
director,
that the lowest level?
which is 1524.84.
18,
Oh, sorry.
65.
That's what he's making now. 18 what?
18.1665.
You want to second that or not?
I'll second it.
Been moved.
I'd like to put some.
Yeah, go ahead. No,
I'd
let's
like
do
to
that.
We put a time frame on when he's,
Reasonable time frame, able to attend courses.
And when he gets his feet wet, I'd like to see like kind of, not really a business plan, but maybe like an outline of how he, I mean, we kind of gave an idea of how we want it. I mean, I'd like to see like real life, how it's going to work,
I think once he sees other departments and looks at their programs and compares it to what we have, he'll have a better rounded understanding of what might work here.
he understands that we may move this to Mound City. Is that what we talked about? To move to
Yeah,
Mound
he ain't got a
City?
choice, yeah.
It's really important to me that this thing works this time.
Um,
He's been dealing with it for 7 years, I guess, and I've been dealing with it.
We're
for
0 for
2,
5.
so.
I mean, that's the worst program we have going right now.
Understand, and that's part of the reason we're trying to build a succession or a backup to the program.
So, I mean, I'm personally leaning on him a lot to make this work, so.
So let me just to clarify right here, you're saying to go ahead and do the hire, but the understanding that he will complete the required testing and licensure within 1 year? Is that what we're saying?
Well, I don't know if it's 1 year or within reasonable time period.
Whatever they offer, I mean,
I
You
feel
know.
like we need to go and see when those classes are gonna be.
Yeah.
That,
How about designated by HR?
And designated,
I thought at the earliest possible time, given the schedule of testing. I mean, that's really what you're saying.
maybe always make it sound way better.
well, I would encourage you to leave some leeway in there, because if we do have a person that completes 2 out of 3 of the tests, takes the 3rd test, and for whatever reason has an off day and needs a month and a half to make the next testing area, I wouldn't want to scrap the whole thing for a bad day in a classroom taking a
Fresh
test.
line, we'll talk if that happens. How's that? And,
so how did you state that at the earliest?
It's earliest possible time, given the available, testing schedule.
and that doesn't let Carl off the hook. He needs to keep pushing forward.
He will be.
You gonna make a speech? You got something?
Think about, give you the numbers on, you were wanting to know about a walk.
Yeah, come on up.
You guys have got a motion in a second still.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'm sorry, David. Thank you. And we may cut you off after this, Sean, your CUP. Go ahead.
You were wanting some numbers on the walking floor trailer.
Sure.
And I told you that it would be a substantial amount.
He's getting nervous, isn't he?
Yes, yes, I am. So we would have to update our equipment, first of all. We would need, of course, a walking floor trailer, and we would need a loader, probably a backhoe, so we could load it into the trailer, and then we could use the bucket to kind of push that down, so we could get more on, we could get the maximum on. And then kind of an updated semi-trailer, so we wouldn't have any issues with that. I came up with approximately, I mean, it depends.
Just spit the number out. Come on,
Okay,
man.
I'm guessing just the equipment alone is going to be upwards to 300,000.
Okay. And that's probably the reason why we quit talking about it before.
Yes. And then we would have to revamp the tipping floor.
Right.
We would have to do that to accommodate the walking floor trailer. I wouldn't know where to begin on that. I'm not in construction
Gotcha.
or anything like that.
What do you, I mean,
Think of that.
because we're running, what, 2 trucks?
It's not so bad. now.
Yeah, we're running.
What's the shape of those trucks? When are we going to be replacing them? I mean,
One of them, they both have over 100,000. I'm thinking they still got quite a bit of life in them. It'll be a while. I do have one roll-off truck that I'd like to get replaced. It's had problems.
Did you work it in your budget?
Not this year, no.
Okay.
But later, sometime down the line, I'd like to get that one replaced. It does have over 300,000 on it. We have a problem with fenders on it, and we're always doing something to it, it seems like. But, we were discussing compactor. I did get a couple of bids for compactors. I had one company suggest that we go with a 3-yard instead of a 2, because they're built heavier. They have heavier motors in them. They'll last a lot longer, is what they're saying.
Will they attach to what we got then?
We would have to modify it.
Okay.
The same way with the 2-yard, though. I mean, we would still have to modify it, whichever one you guys wanted to go with.
And our trucks will haul it fine? And push it?
Yeah. We could actually, the 3-yard hopper would be we would get done a lot faster with pushing trash than if we were using the.
I don't know that that's ever been suggested from us before. I don't know why. Maybe it had been. What's the cost of one of those?
For this one company out of Oklahoma, for the 3-yard, it's $20,307.
Versus
The 2-yard is $14,092.
Yeah.
And then I got a bid from Needland, and they're out of, I think they're out of Nebraska. But for the 2-yard, it would be 16,680. And then for the 3-yard, it would be 18,280.
what would you think the difference? Did you look that up and see what the difference in, because you got a.
As far as specs,
Yeah.
yeah, they're pretty much spec'd out the same.
Mhm.
I do know that in Blue Mound, we are using the custom. And it seems to work a lot better than the Needland, because we're using the Needland at the landfill. That's what we currently have. And it's starting to give us some trouble.
So when you start saying you you'd have to make some adjustments to the one.
Yeah, we would have to modify them, yeah, because our tipping floor actually sets lower than the compactor does. We would have to just cut so much of it off so it would fit underneath our floor.
Okay. All right. So what are you wanting?
I'd like to go with a 3-yard, and I'd like to go with a custom, because it's like I was saying, the one at Blue Mountain, we've replaced a cylinder on it one time. The Needland at the landfill, we've replaced both cylinders. We finally ended up putting one of the old rams back in it because we were having so much trouble with that one.
So you look around the county, the compactors at Mound City, Pleasant, and Lacey, and I guess we got them at other places too, Mid
Right.
Valley, and those. What wears out on those the most? What do you have the most problems with on those? Because you look at them, they look like they've been there a number of years.
Yes. Really, the only thing that we really have trouble with are the computer board inside of them might go bad, and we might have to get another computer board. As much wear as that thing's going in and out, it'll wear the floor out, so we have to get those refurbished.
Can you lease those or anything, or be like a long-term lease with them, or did
I-
they fix all that stuff?
I don't know. I don't have any idea.
Okay. So we can pretty much rule out the walking trailer idea.
I still think it's foolishness that we.
It is. You're right. But
2 times a day. They go down there twice a day, right?
Twice a day,
4
yes.
trips with 2 different trucks.
Yeah.
2 different people, 2 different fuels.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
yeah, that's crazy to me, but I guess that's the only way to do it. I don't know.
Well, the only other way to do it would be to build another transfer station, and that's a lot of money out the gate there. So,
and all their equipment's, decent.
all of our equipment,
Yeah.
yeah, it's in pretty good shape. Yeah.
This $300, 300,000, that's brand new walking floor trailer or?
No, that's a used walking floor trailer. That's a fairly new semi tractor and a fairly new
Didn't we just buy not a brand new one, but a fairly newer?
semi or semi? Yeah, yeah.
So how much of the semi trailer did you figure that would cost you?
Probably around 110,000.
Okay, so if you took
Because it's got to have a wet kit and everything on it to
Do
run.
you
that
know
walking.
what other counties do? Do they just do the same thing we do?
No,
That's just a lot.
No.
no,
not even close.
no. We're about the last ones that actually have the compactors like we do.
Yeah, like everybody else got the walking floor trailers.
Yeah.
Get around.
Yeah, we're about one of the last ones.
So is there a plan we could put in place to eventually meet this
Well,
better plan?
I would like to see one, but
Okay.
eventually,
if
I
we
think
have-
eventually,
if we had a walking floor trailer, how many dumpsters could we put in it? How many times a week would we be running down there with?
It would hold approximately 2 to 2.5 loads that we put on a straight truck.
So we'd still be going there twice a day,
Um,
or probably less than that.
Possibly,
We'd be behind because we don't have a trailer and we have to fill it back up, right?
yeah, we would actually need to.
So with the walking floor trailer, you're gonna now you would then take from the compactor sites down there and dump it in the walking floor trailer,
Yeah,
which would be an extra burden,
We'd
right?
still have
Yes.
to have that
So-
truck to pull
You
that.
spend $300 to work harder.
yes.
Okay. $300,000 to work harder. Okay. So we don't like their walking trailer, right?
Yeah, I kind of figured as much.
I don't know, did you like?
It's just, yeah, it's insane how much money you have to invest in something like that just to get rid of your waste. But
So how can we make it more efficient better? You
Uh,
got any ideas?
as of right now,
Is it just bigger things that we need to buy? Like the compactor sites, they got, what are those up there? How much, they haul like 3 tons, 4 tons of
they
garbage out of there?
they will pack up to 8 tons.
Okay, so, but they never pack 8 tons, is that correct?
Ours doesn't. It's landfill now. Pleasanton does.
Oh, they do?
Oh yeah.
Is that the biggest we can get?
No. Well, it's.
That we can
Really?
haul our trucks on, that our trucks can haul?
Oh, you're talking about the receiver. Yeah, they're a 44-yard receiver. I don't think we could get anything bigger.
Okay, all right.
Because I mean it fills the roll-off truck pretty good.
Okay. All right.
We might be able. The only other thing that I can think of is maybe.
Asking our county to stop using so much trash.
Well, that too. They do make a pup, and
A what?
a pup. It's a trailer that you can put one of those containers on, and one of our trucks would pull it. And instead of taking one, you would take 2 down at a time.
Oh, with one truck.
With one truck, yes.
Well, that would,
The only thing about that is it takes a lot of time to
Hook and transfer?
to get it all swapped out and
well, maybe whenever somebody goes up, maybe that can be a long-term plan, maybe. I don't know. I mean,
it's
How much-
an option. I mean, yeah. You're good.
He said, when you pull in the yard down there, you got to unhook the trailer,
Yeah.
dump this one, and then
Whole issue.
Yeah, you got to unload it, load the other one, dump it, load it back.
I mean, I don't know. Is that better than making 4 trips with 2 different trucks every day?
Oh, God. You don't want to
I
buy
don't know. I mean,
Well, you could still make 4 trips. I'm sure, because I could have one of my guys go out, pull them from the compactor site, bring them back to the yard, load them immediately on the pup, and then the other truck hook to it and haul it out.
I don't know. Maybe. I know when I went to the KCA, is that the meeting I went to for commissioners here? Well, when I first got in. Anyway, this was a meeting or the recycling stuff was something that I know has just been a headache for every county. I was in a meeting with them all, and I guess there is no good solution, but.
Yeah.
We didn't accomplish the thing, Al, but
Well,
we enjoyed your company, I guess.
thank you.
We just don't want to spend that kind of money.
I don't blame you.
But
At all.
you do want us to consider that 3
3 yards?
3-yard trailer
The compactor, yeah.
compactor for your site down there.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that would,
And it's at
where we're
those
taking a
two prices
commercial
you
truck.
gave us,
Huh?
18 and 20,000.
Yeah.
Those are the two.
Yeah, I believe it was.
So leave that with Sean, and then
Okay.
we'll figure out what we're gonna do. Does anybody got anything else for us? Thank you, sir.
What was your preference on the 3-yard one? Which one did you want?
The custom.
How much was that one?
The custom was 20,307, and that's counting freight.
And that's because you thought it was worked better?
Yeah, it's a better system, I think. Because we do have a custom there at Blue Mountain, and we really haven't had that much of a problem with it. But this needling, like I say, we had to replace cylinders and all sorts of things.
Do you have a 2 or 3 your outlook on, equipment that you think you're going to need or anything like that?
I do, yeah.
Could you send that over to us or get it to us or just kind of, I'd like to see what,
Okay, sure,
I'm just curious to see what, what we got in the next 3 years.
sure.
I'd like
Where would the funds come from if we bought the 3?
We have a equipment fund.
Reserve fund,
You have the money available in that?
there, just a second.
So as we keep needing dumpsters, do you just want to go to all 3-yard customs or?
No, just at our facility.
Oh, just, okay.
Yeah, because, we're just running so much commercial trash, it would kind of help us out.
I got you.
If not, we'll pass, would do something else.
What would you do with the one you have?
Put it in our boneyard, I guess. I don't know.
Just get rid of it?
Yeah.
It doesn't work anywhere else?
It would, yeah, but it's gonna do the same thing it's doing there. It's not gonna pack a full.
Can't trade it in or sell it?
I know there's a company that does refurbish them, but I don't think they buy them.
We have just under 310,000 in equipment reserve for solid waste right now.
So why don't you find out? I'd be curious to know what we could do with that one you got down there if we get rid of it.
Okay.
Instead of just leaving it out there for 10 years and scrapping it. If we put it on Purple Wave or whatever disposal.
Yeah, that'd probably be the best thing to do with it. That's my suggestion.
Are all the compactors at all the or containers at all the sites okay, or do you see any place?
That's one thing that we're gonna have to start thinking about is, receiver boxes. We've got some that are.
How much have you gotten prices on those yet?
The last time that we bought them, they were a little over 5,000 a piece.
Okay. Why don't you get some and prices and give to Sean?
Okay.
And then we can see if we can
Sure.
get something done for you.
Sure.
Thanks, Al.
Thank you.
I'm gonna ask you to take a break for just a minute. You're here to do the Sakers Towing CUP, so
So the, planning and zoning met on Tuesday night, right, John?
Correct.
And they considered the changes you requested, commissioners, in the CUP. They came back with a resolution number 2021-28, which proposes the CUP with the following findings. One, that the proposed use conforms to the character of the neighborhood. Second, the proposed use is similar to uses nearby. Third, the property is suitable for the proposed use. Fourth, the proposed use will not detrimentally affect nearby properties. 5, staff recommends approval of the application. And 6, and I'm going to suggest a slight wording change to number 6, Sean, and I'll get with you and show you what it is. The use conforms to sections of the adopted comprehensive plan and section 1304 of the zoning regulations. I think we ought to pick that in there. And is subject to the following conditions. The conditions are: 1, all wrecked or incomplete vehicles must be stored inside the building. Number 2, no junk will be loaded and or stored outside the fence. Number 3, no burning on the property. Number 4, the property will be kept in a presentable manner. Mowing will be kept up. 5, security lighting will be focused on the tow lot. Number 6, we'll gravel the lot throughout the lot. We'll have gravel throughout the lot. Number 7, a 40 to 60 minimum building will be started in the next 6 months. Number 8, building will be built on the east side of the fenced lot. Number 9, the CUP permit is for 5 years and shall be renewed by the governing body having authority at the time. Those are the conditions they proposed. I think it's consistent with what you were looking for. Were you at the meeting?
Yes.
And you agreed to those conditions?
Yes.
So that's where we stand. I had a couple little tweaks there to the wording, but what you will want to do is decide if you want to accept those findings and adopt those, conditions and approve the, conditions.
Dance in your area, you got any
I
questions?
don't. I think they covered everything that we talked about last week. And Sean, do you have anything to add to it?
Well, no, I think it's a resolution that most of the parties involved agreed with all of the key points. There were other finer points, but nothing that anyone had a line in the sand over at this point. I think we've taken out most of the major obstacles.
Any more discussion?
I don't have.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we pass resolution 2021-28 with one correction. Is that right?
I've got, in the second, or the third whereas, I've added the years 2021 after the dates.
Okay,
And in, number 6, finding, I added, and section 1304 of the zoning regulation. And then in the, second condition, I added or store.
okay, so,
So those 3 little changes.
okay. With those 3 changes, you got a motion, did I get a second or not?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Second, it's been moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and aye. All right,
So can we get those changes printed and have them sign it?
Does she have that?
No, I can bring it up for you.
Okay.
It's on my desktop.
You can't read my writing.
okay, what else?
Okay, while Al's here,
He's not here, he ran away. now.
Al left me.
He,
I'll bring that up to you next week. We were considering tipping fees around the surrounding area because he's starting to see people from other counties bring C&D up to our area. So I'll bring that up to you after I have further discussion with him on it. Lacing our roof project invoice. This is the upfront payment for our roof for the amount of $3,350 or $3,350 to begin the roofing project.
what's that?
Also included a photograph, and the photograph is just for your information on the roofing project. This is where we're marrying up the breezeway to the existing building, and that is down near the fascia soffit area as they exposed it to marry those 2 sections up. Obviously, there was more damage than what was expected after that storm. So I guess the only reason to make you aware of that is, 1, that it was damaged, and 2, we don't know what we're going to get when we strip the rest of the roof off. I'll be going there this afternoon to meet with them and find out what the rest of the condition of the sheeting is.
Need a motion for that payment?
No, we already,
I think
Is that
we've already made it.
you approved the contract and the payment would just be
Yeah.
submitted through
Okay.
the regular.
Got a the north shop, Mike's got a Freightliner that's got a rear end out of it. Apparently it's very hard to find parts for, or parts for anything at this point. He was able through Inlands to find a rear end for it. The total cost was $5,305.33. We weren't able to get competitive bids. This is the first and only part that they were able to get me a listing for.
Okay.
And this is one of the older Freightliners of the 2, and we've also got one at Harry's shop that we're looking into motor cost, and I'll bring to you next week on it. But I'd ask that you approve that amount for the parts needed to repair the Freightliner out of our north shop.
What was it, 3,000?
5,000
Oh, okay, because you're over the 5,000 mark.
is $5,305.33.
Any discussion on that?
No.
I'll make a motion, we pay that bill in that amount.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Car wash, we anticipate moving on this week. They're down to 6 bundles of brick, so I've asked Harry to get with Al, get a roll off over there, and as soon as those bundles are moved, and they're moving them pretty swiftly, as soon as those bundles are moved, we'll start on that and do the demo on that project.
Sure. Go ahead.
The water leak at the south shop has been fixed. There were multiple water leaks in the line last week, and we were losing quite a bit. Harry's assured me that they got everything that they could find, and it's been repaired. The Hell's Bend project, the RFP, I'll bring to you next week. I did a little bit of work with the state on it and learned more information that is necessary to complete that project, but I should be able to bring that to you next week for approval. The park, I need approval to replace a position at the park since my departure from the park and Sherry being moved into the manager's position. We had a position that was never filled, a full-time position. Currently, we've got a part-timer that was filling in as marina clerk, and everybody was trying to do what they could, but because of personal reasons for the part-timer covering Sherry at the marina, we're going to need to get moving on hiring that full-time position before the end of
So
the
did the
year.
part-timer quit or not quit? Or
No,
still there?
still there, but unable to work due to personal reasons.
Okay, so you need somebody part-time.
Well, I'd like to
Because we're
fill,
coming in the winter, why would I want to hire somebody full-time?
because I not only have maintenance, but I've got Robert and Sherry both. Neither one can take leave without a person being there. So that full-time position is necessary not only to help in the marina during that winter time to cover that. We're adjusting what that position is to cover both positions, to be used out in the park as maintenance and to be used in the marina. And neither one at this point would be suitable for leave unless we had replacement personnel.
I'm for part-time for now. I mean, they could work their vacation or time off around that, but I don't see with the debt, the parks and with the bills that come in the winter versus the receipts that come in, there's a big difference in the winter. So that's my issue with it.
True.
What's your
That's kind of
thoughts?
the way I feel, you know, I mean,
I mean, it's sucking us dry. Sometimes it feels like on the whole issue. And if we could get by, let me just say, if we could get by on a part-time this winter, then when spring comes and the receipts start coming in, I'd be more willing to, and then we would know if that person wanted a full-time spot, then I'd be more acceptable to maybe hiring them full-time at that point. But I'm in the belief that where we're at on that program, which is not in a good spot, is to hire someone part-time and they work around it.
I'll work
Or
with
close the
HR.
park down in the winter. I don't know.
I'll work with HR and see if that's something we can accommodate and work through as far as the job
We
description.
never talked about that. If the park's not doing anything all winter long, is there a time period we can put cables up and close it during the winter and open it back up in the spring? I'm not saying I want that. I'm just saying when you're upside down the way you are all winter long, and then you work all summer long, just about to break even, but we didn't this year. What's wrong with that program? So I mean,
I would have to look at it as far as what agreements we have. And
sure, and that's all.
I can't answer that.
I'm not saying it can be done. I'm not saying I want it to be done, but we need to look at every option that we have in that places, because it's last 2 years have been tough. And everybody wants to blame everything on COVID. And actually that was the peak of the camping. The peak of the camping was during COVID. So,
They were shut down for part of that as
yeah,
well.
yeah, I know. Yeah.
We've talked about, I mean, the lake many times in advertising, and I still don't see it. I mean, I just don't think we advertise enough. I'm against putting any money into the lake right now, truthfully. You know what, I've talked many times about putting the cabins on Airbnb. They're still not. I don't know. I just don't think we're advertising right. I don't think we're doing a whole lot right out there. I mean, they're not doing their job. Don't get me wrong, but I just think that we have a gym there and we're not utilizing it. We're not advertising. People don't know about it. They don't. I mean, our cabins aren't on Airbnb. That should be a pretty good income for us, I believe. I just have a little knowledge in that when I own the cabins in Pleasanton and know what kind of money that could bring in and a way we could run it, and we're not utilizing that, and that's disappointing to me. So.
Just one other thing, another way of looking at things at the park, though, to consider. The fact that we bring in money there is different than pretty much any other department we have. So, I mean, is it a service you want to continue to provide, even though it's not making money, as opposed to a lot of other things we do lose more money than that all the time? I mean,
Yeah.
we're not in.
Well, your attraction to tourism and the dollars that it brings in, it can't solely be measured by the income that's processed just in the park, because we do bring a lot of people in for camping that fuel up
Well,
people
I
that's
think you could see
fishing.
the grumpiness, so to speak.
I completely understand it, but what I'm looking at is the operation at this point that I've got to cover vacations, I've got to cover some shortages. And we wore down a full-time person, and they did, to try to cover some of that loss. They have worked without that extra full-time person through that summer.
Sure.
And they have covered some shortages and didn't get those vacations. So I'm looking for a way to get our personnel the time off that's necessary.
Before they quit.
I haven't heard a word about that, but I do need to make whatever accommodations I need to make.
Well, I'd like to see a committee formed as far as you getting with maybe Jessica and getting some ideas, because I keep putting stuff on her about the park. How can we come up? We got all winter long. So when we get launch into next spring, what's our plan going to be instead of the norm? Open up the marina and add some fish to it and then minnows to it. And, I'd like to see I'd like to see the ideas that we're talking about. And I'd like to see articles in our Facebook that come about the power plant and its fishing, and just things that we can promote that would help it out and be a sellout.
Jim
And
had,
some general ideas of what else we could do in the park for the community. If there's any type of small concerts or whatever else that can be done that would advertise our park, provide a source of entertainment for our residents here and from the city to come down to generate money for it. Because, nobody's going to complain if you're making money. They only look at it when you're not making money. And then when you fall way behind and further behind and further behind, then it looks like, you're dragging a dead horse. So,
Well, I think part of that is we get closer to completing this agreement. And
where are we on that?
that's the last email I got and sent over was at legal. That they're legal, and we're waiting for that to be sent back so we can start reviewing it.
Have you questioned on them? Oh, 2 weeks ago? That's not too bad.
And my thought process on it is, as soon as that process is completed, we need to start looking at the grant process for a draw to the park, because the grant that initiated that park is very dated, and I'm sure that we would qualify for other funds to put a draw there to bring in infrastructure to update things so that we could be competitive in the markets that you're talking about.
Jim, had spoke on, maybe trying to sublease like the marina out, and I've been thinking about that since he's mentioned it. And I think that'd be really, really good. I think that if somebody else is running that marina besides us, I think they would take initiative to try their hardest to get people there, to sell more stuff out of the marina. I'm not saying that we're not. I'm just saying that, we have a worker up there trying to run the entire park, trying to do everything behind the scenes that nobody sees, the scheduling and all that stuff, and then try to run the marina, trying to stock these tanks of minnows or whatever we do up there. I just don't know if we could, run it better with somebody else subleasing that way than we ran the park itself. You know what I mean?
Something to consider when you're thinking about that is that anything that we have a tax exemption on, because it's part of our county operation, if it becomes a for-profit portion operated by someone we've leased it out to, we lose the tax exemption on the whole thing.
On the park, all the park then?
Unless we did some kind of subdivision there, which we're not, we don't actually own it, so we hold a lease on it. But it's got a tax exemption because of our use. But if we lease out part of it, for somebody to operate as a for-profit, then that'll go away. Remember, we ran into that a couple other places. So just keep that in mind.
So the park's a concern, obviously, to us, and we wanted to hopefully run it a little bit differently and a little bit. And Sherry, I'm not knocking Sherry, doing a great job for what she's got to work with. But when spring comes, I'd like to see some different ideas and different way of going about it, grants, and what we talked about with putting it online for Airbnb or some other organization too. It doesn't have to be Airbnb, but that's the most popular right now. And find out what we can do to help draw people to our park, what we can do to entertain. And as far as your employee, I'm not for a full-time employee right now. I know that doesn't help you. I know that's not what you want. But for me, I don't feel that we're going into winter that we can do a full-time employee. I feel like a part-time's fine and they can work around it, their scheduling for their vacation or days off. If you got a part-time person that wants to work 3 days a week, and then you count Saturday and Sunday, that's 5 days off. I mean, unless they're going on a 14-day trip or something, that's different. We could probably fill in or something.
We could cover, if we needed to, I believe we could cover some of the vacations with other personnel. If we have to, we'll make a part-time employee work.
Okay.
But we will need to hire one.
And I don't have a problem with that. Do you have a problem with part-time? You have a problem with part-time? Okay.
During this concert bill that was here last week, was that park over full of people?
I know that they had several people and they had quite a few cabin rentals. From that, from what I did talk to Sherry about, they had quite a few from that event in our park, yes. But as to the numbers and things, I did not get details about that.
And I
No.
don't know what she did, but I would have, if we would have, maybe took flyers to that venue and passed it out and told them about it and gave them the prize. I don't know. I mean, just little things like that. I know she's trying to run the marina and do everything, all by herself. I know it's a hard job. I can only imagine, but and that's why I was, elaborating on Jim's idea of, maybe doing that. But and then we still have that other cabin up there that is just the footing stuff's already poured, the slab, right?
And we still have cabin 8 setting in the shop.
So do we have any plans on erecting that?
At this point, I'm going to have to get, with my understanding, I'm either going to have to find manpower in the shops to put it together, or I'm going to have to go get bids to have that project completed.
Well, let's just hash that out right now. What do you want to do? Do you want the cabin up? Do you want to set in the garage? Or?
What percentage of occupancy do we have on the ones we have?
I can't give you a number as
I don't
far
wanna
as,
see anything else done up there until, we're utilizing those.
Leave it in the
cabins
garage.
for this. That's my opinion.
Okay. What else you got?
noxious weeds. I think you may have got an FYI, both the different variations of teasels now on our noxious weeds list. IT will be testing at the park for the cabins on the internet this week, and maintenance will be painting and lacing in Blue Mound. we've already done the cup. The last thing I have is 15 minutes for personnel and 5 for legal.
15 for personnel and how much?
5 for legal.
We're over an hour already.
Can I just clarify something? Are you asking us to create another committee?
I'm asking you and Sean, if you would just work with Sean to figure out what we need.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And if we need a committee, then I'm all for that too.
Okay.
Because there's probably be some people that's interested now that they probably got the idea that we want to close it, which is not what we said. But and speaking of it was in the paper that I wanted to close a bridge last week between Joe Walter and what was the road? Robertson Road. Remember the bridge? The one-
Yes.
I never
Yes,
said
that
that. I
you-
went back and listened to it.
You-
What I asked you to do is what?
You asked me to check on the guardrails on that bridge.
Yeah.
And I don't ever remember any discussion on closing. The
Yeah.
bridge that we did close and discuss about closing was the one in the wildlife refuge that has no housing or anything, but it's southeast of Pleasanton.
Okay, we're good. You got anything else?
Nope.
All right. Okay. I am.
Last week, remember, we did a resolution on a stop sign at the end of Nickel Road.
Right.
Well, it turns out there was a miscommunication involved. And I won't say whose responsibility it was, but I screwed up.
Okay.
I misunderstood what I was being asked to do.
Yeah.
So what they wanted was not a stop sign. There's already one there. What they wanted was a speed limit on the county portion of that road. And so I had prepared a resolution to establish from the south Mount city limits, which is just past the grade school, around the bend to Highway 7 to establish 35-mile-an-hour speed limit there. And to repeal the resolution we passed last week.
Did we have to do just to establish a speed limit? Do we have to do some procedures for that?
We have to base it on recommendations of traffic officials. And I think we've got sufficient traffic official recommendations because the highway patrol actually asked us to do this.
Okay.
So I think it's sufficient. It's a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit, and we have both signs, a sign facing the north as you go south, and then a sign facing the west as you go east off of Highway 7.
Are you good with that?
Huh? I'm good with that.
Yeah, if you're over that, and it does repeal the resolution we passed last week. There was clearly a misunderstanding, miscommunication.
Okay.
So it's resolution number 2021-27. Establishing the 35-mile-an-hour speed limit.
We'll just give a copy to the paper, but it's for everybody listening.
Yeah, because I have to publish it.
Yeah. So I'll make a motion, we pass, resolution 2021-27. And this is for the stop signs?
Speed limit.
Speed limits.
It repeals the stop sign that we passed last week and established the speed limit.
Okay, need a second.
Second.
Moved and second, all in favor? Aye.
And did they bring copies of the other resolution back in yet for changes?
I don't think he
I
had.
just want to make sure to get that.
Everybody's being hungry, aren't you?
Did you ever hear anything about, or what did you say about the stop sign there at Tucker and 600? Or Tom?
Yeah, we did have, that,
Oh, Sean.
a stop sign that controls traffic at an intersection with the state highway is a state control, not county control. And so the state controls that stop sign. Now, that doesn't mean that if we ask them to, they wouldn't be open to putting some lights on or something. We can ask for that, and Kevin will be talking with him. But Kevin felt like the big thing we needed to do was, we've got those rumble strips cut in the road there, but when we chip and sealed that, they didn't go back and recut the rumble strips. So they're there, but they're about half the depth of things. And he thought that it would be sufficient, or could be sufficient, just to go back and recut those road restrictions.
I think anything we can do there would be better. I mean,
If you're willing for him to do that, I think that's the place to start.
Okay.
He will also talk to the state about whether they think there should be a flashing light there or something, but it's nothing we can do.
okay.
And real quick, let's talk about Centerville. I got a call and every once in a while you get a call from Centerville. They got some blighted properties somebody's concerned with. Is that just something Bobby Young has to work with, period?
If their property, yeah, well, since it's not in a city, it's in the county.
Right.
Then Bobby would deal with it just like any other blighted property. And we can demand they be cleaned up. There's a process.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Anybody else got anything? Oh, go ahead.
I have a quick, I found the typo in the original letter that you just signed earlier, do we need another motion?
No, it is done.
Can you re-sign that,
So,
please?
long as it-
It's just the T that I left off.
Sure.
Thank you.
Says Gary Thompson now on it.
No.
Okay, we've been adding up, or are you getting ready for?
Yeah, just 1 second. I forgot this the last couple times. Public comment, anybody got any? Okay, all right.
45 minutes.
We're not done.
Okay,
Okay, so what people had asked for, we had 30 for personnel, 5 for legal, 10 for trade secrets. We need to tack another 20 personnel on that, the things we've got. So I'm looking at 50 on personnel.
another 10 for legal for me.
Okay, so it'd be 50, 10 for trade secrets and 15 for legal. So we'd be looking at 15 minutes total.
Oh, boy. So I'll make a motion. You want to read those real quick?
All right, so what I've got down would be for 50 minutes to discuss personnel issues concerning non-elected personnel, 10 minutes for trade secrets concerning potential business, and 15 minutes for legal advice from the county counselor, which would be privileged in the attorney-client relationship.
That's it? For an hour and how much?
Be an hour and 15 minutes altogether.
That's my motion to go into executive session for that period of time. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Don't rush off now.
I gotta run to the truck real quick.
You always do the truck.
I got a headache.
What are you vaping out there or something?
I got a headache today.
Have you added up how much more time we need?
We still needed like another 45 minutes, I think, before we had going.
Waiting on, Danny to come back. Wherever he's at. Okay, from our last executive session that we were in, we talked about the health department a lot, so it's, with agreement from all of us that we continue on with the support of our current health department and their employees and actually advertise to replace Tisha Coleman's job at this time. Do I need a motion for that? Or,
To move, to have a motion to head in that direction.
all right. That will be my motion, to move forward with the way we are currently doing business, not doing business, but the way we are currently constructed, and continue on with hiring a replacement for Tisha Coleman. That's my motion.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. All right. Now that took a lengthy discussion, so we still have some executive,
And just stressing, that discussion was all about specific personnel.
right. Which it was, in long, drawn-out detail.
So we still have about another,
We still got, Johnny wanted 15 for personnel,
and we wanted 20.
he wanted 20 for personnel, and still had one in police.
So
That's 45 minutes right there, right?
So I'll make a motion, we go into executive session for 45 minutes as read by Gary.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. A little weak on that aye.
Danny needs to bring me lunch.
So Action.
Well, there was some action from the executive session on personnel.
You want to read the
Okay,
motion?
what I had down was, we were looking for a motion to appoint Mike White to the Planning and Zoning Commission and Tisha Coleman as an at-large member to the Citizens Advisory Committee for the Comprehensive Plan.
That's my motion.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Has anybody got anything else?
Yes.
Okay.
Something else I wanted to discuss before you get away today. Well, number one, the SEK County officials meeting is this Thursday at Iola. If you are all going to be
I
able to
will
make
be
it.
out of state.
Okay.
I'm not certain about me. I don't know.
It's what is it?
The county,
You know before, I mean,
well, I already told them how many we thought were coming a long time ago, but I just wanted to remind everybody. It's the SEK County officials meeting.
and that's at the Bolus's Fine Arts
Right.
at 8 o'clock or?
9, I believe, is when registration starts.
When is it? What day is that? Say that again.
Thursday, this
Thursday.
week.
I thought this was last week. Did you send an email about this, right?
I may have sent one as a reminder, but
So it's
it's
Thursday
the
this week,
23rd.
9 a.m.
Starts at 9 at Iola. And then the other thing is we were talking in the office the other day about our Christmas lunch that we always do and the longevity bonuses that we typically pay at that time. We need to talk about when we can have that, where we're going to have it, who's cooking, what all we want to do. I talked with Janet and she would like to keep it not, or as far away from December 20th as possible, tax deadline, because it makes it real hard for them to come. We were looking at December 8th or 9th, we thought would be good dates for it, which I believe would be a Wednesday or Thursday, a couple of weeks before Christmas. And that's about the time period we've been trying to have it. Do you guys know of any reason that wouldn't work for you?
I'm okay with it.
So just kind of look at the schedule and pick one of those days maybe and what we can get worked out. Some of the other questions to go with that is where to have it. We've had it over here at the Christian Church several times.
Seems to be big enough, right?
We were at Baptist Church last year, and I think some of the reasoning there was we had all those separate rooms we could use with COVID. We were trying to keep people separated. We've also got the 4-H building that's one of our buildings we could use.
What do you want to use, Dave?
I don't really care. I just,
I think either is big enough because the kitchen's there.
Which one?
Either the 4-H building or
or
the
the
Baptist
church
church.
or this church. I mean, any of them are going to work.
I don't have any, wherever you guys want.
Just something, again, you want us to just work out?
Yeah, just work out.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the big question is, what are we doing for the food this year? Started out when we started doing this a few years ago, when Vicky was on the commission, she cooked most of it. And the 3 commissioners paid for it and helped.
I vote for Rick to pay for it.
I got a big enough kitchen now.
I want to agree.
Last year, Cindy and Amanda did the cooking on it, and you guys came and helped serve, I think, and still paid for it.
Sure.
One of the suggestions we had this year is we've got a new Mexican restaurant going into town. What would it be to have them cater it? Or if that's something you'd want to look into.
Okay.
So,
Christmas.
any ideas, suggestions?
I'll tell you, that don't bother me, the Mexican thing, if you guys want.
Yeah, we're gonna eat
Mexican.
tons of Christmas food. Either way, I'll go with Christmas dinner or Mexican food's fine.
And then do you guys still want to help pay for this or?
Jim's gonna pay for it. Hell, he's got 2 cows lost. And
No, we're down to one.
And I realize that could make some difference on how much money we're talking about too, but
How many people are we talking about feeding?
We have
100
we have
and,
120.
yeah,
three on
and
here.
probably not everyone's going to make it, but we're probably talking about around 100 people.
But pay more just in case.
And every year it seemed like we do 100 or 125, 150 bucks a piece, the commissioners. And that seemed to be enough. I don't think that'll be enough.
You're not going to get it catered for that.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's something we could work out with them. I mean, because the owner seems really reasonable.
Yeah, I don't think we should ask him.
Yeah, why don't we see whatever way and then hit us with the.
I don't care, whatever, we just,
Tell us what we can
And
do.
nothing says we can't use some county funds to pay for part of it too, if we need to, but
You can check.
I'll
we'll
see what he-
check into it and
you see if he wants to make
see
it
if that's an option or not.
Okay, yeah.
instead of a burrito.
Okay, so we can just kind of
Yeah,
Well,
work on
him
it.
burrito.
I have good contact with the owner of the company, so I can talk to him and see how much it's gonna.
All right, ask him how much a ham costs.
A ham?
Ham burritos.
Crazy.
All right, what else?
I think that'll get us going on it. I just kind of wanted to see where you guys were at on it, and the dates were probably the big thing right now because we needed to get that kind of nailed down. And
We skipped government day the last couple of years, or maybe just the last year or something.
yeah, last
Gonna do
year I
it?
think it all COVID canceled that too, but I know there's at least some of the guys in the Legion are still interested in working on that again.
Okay.
I had one of them mention something to me the other day about, what are we going to do this spring? And I'm kind of, I look at them to see what they want to do too, if they want to have it. But
Yeah, and I talked to Cindy too about the same government day that she puts on too. About,
That's a different one.
is it? Waiting until 22, just to get everything
yeah,
lined out because it's
typically
a long
in like
process.
March or April.
So the next would be,
Yeah.
you talk, three.
No, she said 2022 just so get us through this year. That's why she skipped it, just to get us through 2021. I don't know.
But I know some of the Legion's still interested in getting that started up again. So
Back to the Christmas, are we gonna do a lighting ceremony? I know we had those people that come in and we have that. Is that gonna be, what's that thing called?
Well, Mountain City actually talked about that. We voted to have, let the.
Yeah, I think
zoo be, or the.
Yeah, was that Mountain City that wanted that? I thought it was
I think, yeah, Mountain City's planning some stuff
Was
and we were
Lois
trying to work
right?
it out with them, I think.
Or
And
are we
We
doing the
we
lighting?
okayed to have the petting zoo, whatever they're on. Didn't we?
Go for it.
For Christmas. Yeah, for the Christmas.
Were you not here when they discussed?
yeah, I think some of it anyway.
I think the camel's coming. Rick gets to ride it.
All right, you can beat baby Jesus. I do, in a prayer mat.
Okay, I think that gets us to where we need it.
You think so? I think we
I
better
hope
quit.
so.
All right, I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second it.
Moving second, all in favor? Aye.
So many phone calls to make.
I think you're gonna get some.